Great. Hi, if you're joining us on Facebook, we're getting set up for tonight's performance of War's End. So please come back and join us at 8:30 right here on Facebook Live. You can also watch on Zoom by going to therhino.org, therhino.org, and signing up there. These are both free platforms. It's a free presentation. So come back and join us at 8:30. We're just getting set up now. Yay. Okay, I'll be back in 1 minute, Joe.
Okay.
Great. So I think we're all set to go. I'll see you back here 7:15.
Okie doke.
Thank you.
Share the
Oh,
screen.
sorry. Yes, we should do the screen share. Sorry.
All right.
Jumping the gun. And let me make sure I go away. Yes, yes, I do. Okay, great. Then I'll see you later. Yay. Hey, Joe.
Hey there.
Yeah, I think we can start recording.
All right.
Thanks. Okay, good. If you're joining us, this is War's End, and we will begin at 8:30. Thanks for being here. Yay. I'll check in with you around then, Joe.
See you then.
Thanks a lot. Oh, Joe, are you still in earshot?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, let me just try my sound while I've got you. Thanks. Test, test,
Sounds good.
test, test.
Sounds good.
Great. Test, test.
Sounds good.
Great. And let's just look at this. Good.
I hear the tap.
Excellent. Good. Good.
I hear the tap.
Okay. Great. Okay, I think we're all set. Thanks, Joe.
Okay. See you later.
Bye. Hey, Joe.
Hey there.
Hey there. Just do one last sound test. Test, test.
Sounds good.
Test, test.
Sounds good.
Okay. Test, test.
Sounds good.
Okay, great. Thank you. And let me just put that away. And let's see. Let's just make sure we got this. Yes. Okay, good. And yeah, good. And let's USB. Okay, good.
I hear the tap.
Thank you. Okay, good.
I hear the tap.
Great, thank you. Okay, well, thank you everybody for joining us for War's End. We're going to begin in just a little bit, and we're so happy to have you here tonight. Yay! Okay, I am going off mic and video for a bit. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
Spectres of the future, you should be able to hear me now. I will appear to you shortly. I call upon you, phantoms of times to come, to help me with the sounds for this piece as we explore War's End and the end of plays. Help me with your sounds from your homes. Let's begin with some simple sounds. Do them after me. Do some explosions. Go ahead. Do your own explosions now. Good! Louder! Wonderful! Exquisite explosions! Very good! Very good! Good team! Good team! Good army! Now, let's try some music. Yes? We'll sing Yankee Doodle Dandy, or hum it if you wish. Any way you want to do it. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, do it with me. Join in. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That was wonderful. I heard you. You're contributing to the Mise en Scène as we tell our story of War's End and Play's End. Yes! Come with me now, back in time to 1759. And join me on this adventure! Woo! Woo! Yes, they came at night, through the night in boats. Join me, light a candle in your home, or turn out the lights, or turn on a flashlight. Go ahead, do it. That's it. Join me in some darkness. They came at night in the flood tide of the St. Lawrence River. They were on the silent flood tide, but it made a little noise. Give me some water sounds. That's it, that's wonderful, quiet water sounds. General Wolfe was leading his men silently past the unsuspecting French army in Quebec. They moved down the St. Lawrence River to the Lance au Foulon, the Cove of the Wolves. And then General Lawrence and his troops, the British army, disembarked silently, and they began to ascend the Lance au Foulon, the Cove of Wolves. They moved up and up and up and up. 200 feet, this army. They were groaning. It was so difficult. They groaned. They groaned as they rose. They groaned. Groan for me. Groan for me. Oh, 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 oh. Make groaning sounds. Oh, oh, oh. They could barely get there. And then they were at the top. They'd done it. They had outflanked the French-Canadian city of Quebec in 1759. And they waited there. They waited there for dawn to come. And when it did come, it burst upon them thunderously. Rumba! And they realized that they were on the plains of Abraham, outside the walls of Quebec. They deceived the French. The French hadn't seen them coming. They couldn't come from the other side. It was fortified, so they snuck up from the rear. And it marked the death knell of the French suzerainty in Canada. They were so tired from the climb, they groaned. Oh, oh, keep groaning, keep groaning. Yeah, that's good, that's good, that's good. I can hear you groaning. That's good, that's good. Oh, oh, oh. And as the sun rose, more troops appeared. And soon the plain of Abraham was full of British troops. They kept coming and coming and coming and filling the plain. And as the sun rose, spectacular! spectacular. The whole British army was there. It was available. Yes, now they would assemble to descend on Quebec. Many months before, General Wolfe had sailed up the St. Lawrence River with an army. His mission, to get Quebec, the capital of French Canada. Yes, and he had the greatest army on earth, the British Army, which in the 18th century was indestructible. Swordsmen, horsemen, and the kings of musketry. They were magnificent. Let's do the March of the British Grenadiers. Da, 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 da. Okay, if you don't know it, just do drums. Or boom, 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 boom. Okay, here we go. All together. Dun, 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 dun. That's good. I can hear you. I can hear you. Dun, 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 dun. Yes. It was the French and Indian Wars, called that because the French and the British both used indigenous allies to fight each other. Now, the British were sick of the French in the New World. The French were as dominant in the New World as the British were. In 1750s, they were everywhere. The British were mostly in the South. So if you think of America as North and South, the British were down here in the colonies, right? On the Atlantic Ocean. The French were in the north, in Canada. And the British felt like the French were a huge burden looming over their heads, weighing down on them, this gigantic burden that weighed on them. Groan under the burden for me. Groan for me. Imagine you holding up this burden. Look at all those French colonies above me. Those squares are all French colonies and they're looming over my head. So, in 1754, the British had had it. They'd had it with the French. They didn't want the French in America anymore. They wanted America to be for them. So the war started. It actually started with a famous American, General George Washington. Yeah, he was right there at the start. Of course, he wasn't a general then. He was just a colonel. And, he wasn't in the colonial army yet because the colonial army didn't exist. This is before the Revolution. So he was just working for the British. He was a colonel in the British forces, right? And he had a regiment. And he started the French and Indian Wars. The war between Britain and France in the New World. He started it at Fort Necessity, right? Way down in Virginia. So it didn't start up here in Canada, it started down in Virginia. Yeah, Washington was a Virginian, and he attacked Fort Necessity in 1754. Give me some explosions. Well, he didn't win the battle. He lost the battle. Washington wasn't a very good general. He wasn't very good. He was great at keeping his army in, going so that it scared the enemy, but he was not good at winning battles. He never quite won any battles. But a good thing happened. One of his officers, a man named Captain Stovall, was captured. How is that a good thing, you ask? Well, Captain Stovall was sent to the city of Quebec to be a prisoner of war. He ended up behind bars in Quebec, right? Well, while he was there, he didn't waste his time whining about it being a prisoner of war in Quebec, right, of the French. He took careful notes of the fortification of Quebec. He noted where every single cannon port was. He noted everything about the fort, and then he escaped, and he took his notes. He took the plans for Quebec to General Wolfe. And now General Wolfe had the plans for Quebec, and that's how he knew to come up the Lance au Foulon, the Cove of Wolves, and attack Quebec from behind across the plains of Abraham. And he was there. He'd done it. He had outflanked them because Sobel had stolen the plans. Now, here's the problem. Though. Right now, he had Quebec in front of him, full of French troops, and another French army behind him. So really, General Wolfe was very vulnerable. He felt like a fly in between an anvil and a hammer, that army behind him. He'd just be squished. Do hammering sounds. Boom, boom, boom. Do a little fly screaming sounds. Help me, help me, help me. That's what he felt like. But he had to keep his cool. He couldn't attack yet because the way to win against the French was to draw them out onto the plains of Abraham, because British firepower would always succeed against French firepower, but the French had to come out. So what did he do? He took his very small army, it was not big, General Wolfe's army, and he stretched it across the plain of Abraham. Yes, he stretched it right across, all the way across, a thin red line. Now, Montcalm, who was the French general, he looked out through his spyglass and he saw this thin red line of British troops stretching across the plains of Abraham. But he didn't know it was a thin red line. He thought it was 6 deep. That was standard displacement. Yes, it was. He didn't know that it was only 1 man deep, and he freaked out because he thought it was getting stronger. He thought more and more men were coming up the Lance au Foulon, right? He didn't know that this was it. This thing. He thought it was 6 deep. So what did he do? He decided he had to attack the British before they could get reinforced. So he sent his French army out onto the plains of Abraham. And the French were not as experienced as the British. They were militia, most of them. They were not as well trained. The French army was not as great as the British, but they marched out there bravely. Give me some drums for the French army. French drums. I don't actually know what those are, but whatever you think a French drum is. And they marched out, and they were nervous. Montcalm could see this. The general could see this. He could see how nervous they were. They were shaking, and they were marching out. And finally, he decided that if he didn't let them fire on the British, they would run. So at 150 yards, he gave the order to fire on the British. The fire was sporadic, dispersed. The French reloaded and kept marching and firing and reloading and marching and firing. Now, the British had brilliant discipline. They stood their ground. They did not fire back yet. They knew that the longer they waited, the more devastating would be their fire on the French. They just stood there and they waited, and some of them got hit. But most of them stood and waited and waited and waited. And finally, at 40 yards, the entire British army raised its muskets and unleashed a vicious volley. The French were hit. Devastating. They were hit. And they panicked. The ones who weren't hit, the ones who were, the ones who didn't fall down, panicked and ran and ran. They were running back to Quebec, trying to get back into Quebec. Well, the British could run too. The British put their bayonets on their muskets. This is a safety bayonet. And they chased the French back into Quebec, harrying them all the way, running them through with their bayonets. And leading them the whole way was their general, General Wolfe, on his charger with his sword. Now, unfortunately for the British, the woods along the battlefield, the plains of Abraham, were lined with indigenous allies of the French, Oswegans, Algonquins, in the woods. And they were firing on the British as the British ran by. And one of the people they hit, one of the first people they hit, was General Wolfe. He was hit in the intestines and the chest, and he fell on the battlefield. And he started to expire. He was bleeding to death. Many famous paintings of this. But before he died, he realized that his army had taken Quebec. It had taken the capital of French Canada. It had basically won the war against Canada in the New World. And as he expired, he realized that he had taken the city of Quebec. Also killed that day was General Montcalm, the French commander. Both men died in the field, but Wolfe's army had won. They had won. And they went into the Quebec and they offered good terms to the French. They wanted the French to be loyal British citizens. They wanted them to join the British. They offered them very good terms. They didn't molest anybody. They didn't kill anybody. They were very generous to the French. Of course, also they were like deep in French lines, right? They had to be kind of nice, right? And the other thing is that other army, the one behind them, the Hammer, never attacked. It saw that Quebec had fallen and it raced back to Montreal. It was an incredible victory for the British in the New World. The French and Indian Wars had been won by the British. Let's sing Rule Britannia. All of us. If you don't know it, just do drums. Rule Britannia. Britannia rules the way. Britons never, never will be slaves. Do drums. Dun 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 dun. It was an incredible victory for the British. I discovered all this when I was in junior high.
reading books in the library. I loved reading about the French and Indian Wars. I thought it was great. The whole siege of Quebec, the taking of Quebec, I thought it was so great. General Wolfe's death, oh my God, it was so dramatic. It was so incredible. Montcalm's death, it was amazing. But also, at the time I was learning about the end of that war, I was learning about how a musical ends, how the run of a show ends. And I was in Bye Bye Birdie that year, and I was on stage for the final performance singing the finale, and it was great. I was so pumped up. I played a Shriner in that show. Yeah, I was one of the Shriners, and we were all on stage. I was loving it. I was up there, Bye Bye Birdie, the army's got you now. Sing with me. Come on, sing with me. Bye, bye, birdie, to forget somehow. Okay, sing, sing, sing. I think Anne Margaret. Yeah. Bye, bye, birdie, ta-ta, old sweetie pie. Bye, birdie, time for me to fly. Time to say goodbye. Bye now. Oh my God, I was on such a high. So unlike the French Indian Wars, there was no flip side for me. There was no flip side in all this. It was just great. I loved it. Now, the French and Indian Wars, everybody wasn't happy after that. There have been tensions in Canada ever since, of course, because, like, even in my lifetime, there have been tensions, like language tensions, right? I mean, even today, there are all these language tensions. Like, okay, when I was growing up, the cities were called Montreal and Quebec, right? That's what they were called. Now they are Montreal and Quebec, right? It's like there's this whole tension up there between French and English, right? Tension. But that wasn't me. That wasn't me in musicals. I loved it. I was in love with being in that show. It was so great. Now, just for your information, there's some wonderful books about the French and Indian Wars. Yeah. The best is by Fred Anderson. It's called Crucible of War. It's a page turner. The battle scenes in this book are great. They are amazing. But my favorite was when I was in junior high. I fell in love with the American heritage history of the French and Indian Wars. It was amazing, this book. I loved it. I loved every page in it. But what I loved most about it was the cover. Oh, I love this cover. Look at this cover. Look at that. You see that? You see what's on the cover? In the middle of the fight, oh my God, there's a completely naked guy. Look at that. It's an indigenous person in like a loincloth. It's like that. I was like, really? On the cover of a children's book? I couldn't stop staring at that. I thought that was so exciting. My God, how wonderful is that? Yay! There's some great movies about the French and Indian War. People don't even know about this. The Northwest Passage with Spencer Tracy and Walter Brennan. Yeah, it's a great old movie. Oh my God, but the best. Oh, I love this. I love this movie. Oh my God. It's based on James Fenimore Cooper's famous novel, right? It's an incredible movie. It's The Last of the Mohicans. And it stars, Daniel Day-Lewis. Right. I mean, Daniel Day-Lewis. He's very, he's very hoity-toity English. He's usually like really method and intellectual in his acting. Not in this movie. Oh my God, in this movie. He's like that person on the cover of that book. He's like naked through the whole movie, except that like skimpiest little loincloth. Here, I'll show you. Well, no, I won't show you, but he's got this tiny little loincloth, and his body's all like buff, and it's all like oiled up like a porn star, and the drums are just going bum 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 bum, and he's just like beating people up to the whole thing. Give me some drums. Bum 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 bum. Drums. Yeah, that's good. Bum 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 bum. It is an amazing movie, and it's all about the French and Indian War. It's great. So 22 years later, the American Revolution ends at the Battle of Yorktown. Now, in the interim, the Americans have broken off from the British. They don't want the British anymore. The colonists do not want to have anything more to do with them. They want to break off. They want it to end, right? And this war is sort of a reverse of the first one, because it begins with, yes, George Washington, but now he's fighting for the Americans, for the colonists, right? And it doesn't begin in the South, where he started before in Virginia. It actually begins up north, around Boston and New York. And Washington's commanding the troops up north, and he's not a very good general. He doesn't win that many battles, but he wins enough battles to keep his army together, right? Valley Forge, all that stuff. He keeps his army together, and he totally annoys the British. They can't bring him to ground. They can't get a fight out of him because he'll lose the fight, but he still exists.
So the British get totally frustrated, and they leave the north and they head south. Lord Cornwallis heads south to defeat the American Revolutionary Army in the south. And it's incredible because they've gotten the same advice they got the same advice that Washington had, right? Yeah, he gave them the same advice. He said, run from the British. Don't fight them. Run. And the army in the south, the American army in the south, it just runs away from the British. And it's just like, here, give me Rule Britannia. No, give me the British Grenadiers, but double time. Like, da, 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 da. Yeah, that's good. Keep it out. Double time. Da, 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 da. And they just run away from the British. And they're constantly running away from the British. Right away. Da, 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 da. It's very Keystone Cops. Da, 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 da. It is insane. And they wear the British out. Big time. And then the British chase them all the way out onto the Yorktown Peninsula. Now, the peninsula is part of Virginia, and it extends out into Chesapeake Bay with the James and York rivers on either side of it. Well, the British are so worn out by all this chasing that they go into Yorktown, and the Americans actually stop running away and surround them. So now, in effect, the British are holed up in Yorktown. They're prisoners of the Americans on the peninsula. But the Americans aren't strong enough. They're not strong enough to defeat the British. So what happens? Well, Washington has an inspiration. He decides he's going to sneak away from the British up north. He's going to pull a fast one and move really fast and move his entire army from the north all the way down to the south and help them surround the British at Yorktown. And he does it so quick, the British up north don't even notice. They don't even notice he's gone. And he travels 400 miles quickly. It's one of the most amazing advances ever. He does it double time. Boom! And suddenly he's down at Yorktown and he's surrounded the British. And the British are overwhelmed. And the British are forced to surrender on the peninsula at Yorktown. And when the British come out, their band plays a song that they think is appropriate because the colonists have won. They defeated the British army. How is that possible? And in the British view, it's the world turned upside down. Everything is topsy-turvy now. Give me some drums. The world has spun upside down for the British. Wrong is right. How on earth did this happen? And of course, the British are incredibly bitter. They're so bitter. They're so angry. Now, there are some incredible books and movies about all this. The best book about the Battle of Yorktown is Barbara Tuchman's book, The First Salute. It's amazing. She talks all about that 400-mile advance of Washington, and it's like the most amazing feat of all time from a bad general. You know, Washington was great only when it counted, right? Otherwise, awful, but great when it counted. He created a country with that 400-mile march. There is a movie about the Battle of Yorktown, a big movie, a famous movie. I mean, it was like the biggest movie that year. It's called Revolution. It was directed by Hugh Hudson. And it's like method acting American Revolution. It is so weird. To play an American colonist during the Revolution, they hired Al Pacino. Mumblefish Al, right? It's like so method. It's like Michael Corleone, you know, like mumbling his way through the Battle of Yorktown. It is so strange. And he's like all dirty all the time and rolling around in the mud. It is all so methody. And his co-stars are the most bizarre group of people. Nastassja Kinski. And, oh, I love this. Annie Lennox. That's one of his co-stars. Where did they find this cast? The only good thing, and it's really evil, is Donald Sutherland. He plays this British sergeant. And he's got this musket with a bayonet on it. Safety bayonet. And he just goes through the Battle of Yorktown doing this. Just like stabbing people viciously. I'm going to stab you. Go, ah, when I do it. Go, ah. Oh, good. It's a safety. It's a safety bayonet. There's nothing going to happen to you. Oh, it's the only good part of the movie. It's so weird that way. And, of course, there's a very famous musical about the Battle of Yorktown. Probably the most famous. Hamilton. Yeah, it's got a huge Battle of Yorktown sequence. It's amazing. And they do the song. They composed a whole new song just for that scene. The world turned upside down.
The world turned upside down. Amazing. It even made it into Hamilton. And you know what? The British were so bitter about losing. They didn't like to lose. They never lost before. They were bitter. When I got to high school, I did a lot of shows. I was so happy in musicals especially. But no matter what the show, I was always kind of bitter myself at the end. And not angry like the British, but just sort of sad and forlorn. I didn't want the shows to end. I wanted them to go on forever. I'd found myself. I finally had some people to belong to. And when the shows ended, I was just sort of overwhelmed. You know, I was back to being lonely again. I mean, I didn't date in high school. I didn't hang out with friends. I just rehearsed and performed in shows. It was great. And I'd sit there on closing night and the thrill of the show was with me. But also I was thinking, it's ending. My life is ending until the next show. So even when I was on stage singing something familiar, something peculiar, something for everybody, comedy tonight, I was thinking this is ending. My world's going to change. It's back to just hanging out with myself. To dream the impossible dream. To fight the unbeatable foe. The thrill of it, but also the knowledge that it was over. And that soon I'd be on my own again. And on my own again meant watching. Sitting and watching. Watching other people act. Seeing in theaters or cinemas or watching TV, watching other people perform. Oh, I still get so jealous watching people perform. God, it's almost impossible for me even now to watch people perform. And if they're good, if they're really good, I just get even more jealous. It's tough. I discovered that in high school. Right there. Well, the British were definitely bitter themselves. They were angry that they'd lost the colonies. They were angry at the Americans. Bitter, bitter, bitter. And in 1812, they were boiling over because the Americans were fighting with Napoleon. They were helping Napoleon fight the British. It was like they were bitter too against the British. It was like a divorced couple. They were so angry with each other. And the War of 1812 started because the Americans were helping Napoleon. And then the British retaliated by boarding American ships, taking American sailors and pressing them into the Royal Navy. And everything exploded. And the War of 1812 started. And the Battle of New Orleans is the weirdest ending to any war ever. It is so strange because you know what? It's an extension of the war. It happened after the war was over. Yeah, the war was over in 1814. And the Battle of New Orleans happened in 1815. How? You're like, what? That's weird. You're like scratch your head. Scratch your head. Like, yeah, good. Yeah. You're like, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. The war's over. The peace treaty between the British and the Americans was signed at Ghent, right? In 1814. But Ghent's in Europe. And it took too long for the news to get to the United States. And in the meantime, the British had decided to assault New Orleans. Now, most of the war had been fought up north. In Washington and Baltimore, you know, Washington got burned and everything, right? And out west, that's where it all happened. But by 1815, the British had moved their focus south to New Orleans. Yes. And the British army arrived outside New Orleans with 15,000 men. The Americans only had 7,000, but they had a very good general, Andrew Jackson. And here came the British. And they crossed the bayous in their boats. They had dozens of large ships. They had hundreds of small boats, and they crossed the bayous, and they arrived at Chalmette Plantation. Now, Andrew Jackson went out there, and he put his troops, half the size of the British Army, he put his troops behind sturdy earthworks. The earthworks were built up. They were 10 feet tall, 10 feet thick. They were solid like iron, these earthworks. There was a big trench at the bottom of them with water in it to stop the British. It was a solid emplacement. He put his men and his artillery behind it. Now, the British, they didn't like earthworks so much. They liked casks. They liked to fill casks up with sand. And that would be their defense for their artillery, right? But there was no sand. They couldn't find any sand. But what they could find is what New Orleans had a lot of, sugar. So they filled their casks up with sugar, and they put their artillery behind it.
And then the artillery duel began. It began, and it was extreme between the British and Americans. Do explosions, yeah. Now, the Americans were well defended behind the earthworks, but the British, they were behind sugar. And sugar doesn't hold together like sand. It doesn't absorb shells. It just bursts apart. And the British artillery was devastated by the Americans. The American artillery was accurate, and the British had bad defenses. And also, the Americans had a lot of help from some great cannoneers, some great artillerists. Two Frenchmen named Jean Lafitte and Dominique You. They were pirates! They were the Baratarian pirates, right? Pirates! Like, do clinking sounds. Kink, 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 fight with me. You know, kink, kink, come on. Yeah, good. Kink, 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 ah! Kink, 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 ah! Kink, kink. They were pirates! They were pirates of the Caribbean. They were the pirates of Barataria. They were real pirates. They've been raiding American ships and Spanish ships and French ships and British ships. And now they decided to side with the Americans at the Battle of New Orleans. And not only were they great pirates and great swordsmen, they were great artillerists, and their artillery firing was accurate. And Jackson, who was completely suspicious of having pirates on his side, loved them. He loved Jean Lafitte and Dominique You. But in the morning in January, the British still advanced. Their army had not been knocked out, and this was, again, still the most invincible army ever. It had defeated Napoleon. And they came across Palmette Plantation, marching. Give me and they were very lucky that morning because there was fog at the plantation, and the fog had fallen over the plantation, so the Americans couldn't see them coming. Keep up the music. The fog was impenetrable. The Americans couldn't see what was coming. They couldn't see where the British were. They could hear them. They could hear the music, but they couldn't see where they were. They wouldn't even know where to fire. And just as the British approached the American earthworks, the fog miraculously lifted. It lifted and exposed the British right there at the American earthworks. And the Americans let the British have it with a full volley from behind the earthworks. And hundreds of British were killed. Only 30 Americans were lost. It was an amazing victory for the Americans. And it happened after the war was over. It was an extension of the war. The war was supposed to be over, but it was extended by this event. The British had been defeated. They'd lost the War of 1812. They weren't going to get America back. They lost it twice now. There's some amazing books about the War of 1812. The best has a great title. This book about the War of 1812, the title is great. The title is The War of 1812 by Donald Hickey. It's a really great book. It's like a page turner. It's a page turner. But, oh my God, even better than a book is a movie about the Battle of New Orleans. It's called The Buccaneer. Nobody watches this movie. It's the greatest movie. I love it. It was produced by Cecil B. DeMille, but he didn't direct it. His son-in-law directed it. You know who his son-in-law was? Anthony Quinn. It's the only movie he ever directed. Isn't that fascinating? And it's got the greatest cast of all time. First of all, playing Andrew Jackson with a big white pompadour is, of course, Charlton Heston, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille actor, always, right? And then Claire Bloom is in it. Lovely Claire Bloom playing the Buccaneer's girlfriend. And oh my God, this is so great. They got Charles Boyer to play Dominique You. Charles Boyer, the great lover. Come with me to the Casbah. We will make beautiful music together. But now he is like fighting a Dominique You. He's like a pirate. It is so cool. But the best is Yul Brynner as Jean Lafitte. Yul Brynner with hair, a full head of hair, all brown, and a little mustache. I've never seen so much hair on this guy, except that he's like bare-chested, and he's all oiled up like a porn star, and he has great sword fighting scenes. Give me the kinks, give me the kinks. It's very kinky. Keep it up. Kinky. And it's so great. It's the best movie. And they totally defeat the British. And Yul Brynner sings a song. It's like all there. And they have dance scenes. It's like the most amazing movie of all time. And it's all about this battle. Yeah, it's all about the Battle of New Orleans. Now, the best thing you can do, of course, is go to the battlefield. Chalmette Plantation. It's right outside New Orleans. So you get to go to New Orleans, which has... New Orleans is like a European city. It's so cool. It's not like you're in the United States. It's like you're in Europe. The food's great. The architecture's great. The people are wonderful. It's like you've left the country. It's great. And outside the city is Chalmette Plantation. And it is so cool out there because you go there and it's just like you've read. There's the huge plain, the plantation plain that the British marched across. And if you go early, you might even get, some fog. There's still fog. You might even get fog. And there's the old earthwork. It's still there. It's so impressive. It's solid. It's still there. It's amazing. And the Mississippi River is right there. It's so incredible. It's the most amazing battlefield. And you can actually walk the route the British took. And you can stand where Jackson was and Jean Lafitte and Dominic Eu. It is incredible. Now, when we went... there was a docent who told us all about the battle. And this docent was, like in our age group, right? This docent, was really interesting, but it was a young docent who told us about something that was missing from the battlefield. That was a town that had been erased by the National Park Service. The name of the town was Fazentoville, right? Fazentoville, right? And it had been formed in the 19th century. After the battle, it had been formed because nobody wanted this property. The property was worthless. So a town was formed there by a free man of color, a man who was not a slave, an African American who was not a slave, and he built a town, Fazentoville, and it was great because the only people who lived there were free people of color. And then when the Civil War ended and there was emancipation, it filled up with emancipated slaves. And if you looked at the map, pretend that this is the battlefield, right? Well, this town used to stretch in a long column right across the battlefield. It was right there. It just cut right through the middle of the battlefield. It was amazing. It had everything. It had houses and churches and schools. It had stores. It had nightclubs, bars. It was like a fully functioning town. Well, in the 60s, the Kennedy administration decided that it wanted to turn this into a national, battlefield, historic battlefield site, right? So they bought up all the houses, all the property for much less than it was worth, kicked everybody out, an entire African-American town kicked out, and leveled the town. So that now, when you go to the battlefield in New Orleans, all you see are what the British saw. You don't see anything that was developed there. How fascinating would that be if that strip was still there? Can you imagine? Also, when these people were thrown out, they moved to the lower ninth. Have you heard the lower ninth? It's not far away. Yeah, it's not far away. It's pretty much right there, a neighborhood of New Orleans. It was a neighborhood that was destroyed, utterly wiped clean by Katrina. Well, the Battle of New Orleans, as I say, was an extension. Is an extension of the war. The war was over and it was extended. And I was lucky enough, when I started doing plays in the outside world, to be in plays that were extended. They were extended. And so I didn't have the experience of closing and depression because sometimes the play would get extended, then get extended again. Of course, that can be extremely schizophrenic because you're like bowing, feeling like you should be depressed, but then it's extended. It's like clap for me. Yeah. So you're bowing, okay, I'm depressed because the show's ended. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm happy it's being extended. Okay, well, now it's going to close. No, it's going to be extended. Now it's right back. Oh my God, stop. It's crazy. Now, the only solution I've ever found for this is Phantom of the Opera has been running on Broadway for like 60 jillion years. So, a play should just run forever. That way you never get depressed. So, anyway, the War of 1812 really did get rid of the British. They were done. They were done in America. But Americans didn't necessarily get along with Americans. And there was a civil war in this country, as you know, 1861 to 1865, and it ended at the Battle of Appomattox, the Appomattox River. Now, this, again, was another weird ending to a war because, of course, what happened was Robert E. Lee would not give up. He would not stop fighting. And he was like holed up in Petersburg, and General Grant with his huge Union army pushed Robert E. Lee with his Confederate army out of Petersburg. So Robert E. Lee went to Richmond, and then General Grant pushed Robert E. Lee out of Richmond, and then Robert E. Lee took his Confederate army and went on the road. He only had 35,000 troops left. I mean, Grant's army was like a gazillion times bigger. He only had 35,000 troops left, but he ran out of Richmond. Where was he going? He was headed west. If he could get far enough west, right, his confrere, his brother-in-arms, Joe Johnston, could come up from the south with another Confederate army, and they could link up and, right, maybe win the war. They were losing the Confederate capital, Richmond, but maybe they could link up and win the war if you could get far enough west. And he marched along the Appomattox River. Now, the Appomattox River extends out from Richmond into Virginia towards the Shenandoah Valley. And what Lee wanted to do was keep the river between him and Grant. So anytime Grant got close to him, Lee would cross the river. Well, Grant wasn't stupid, so Grant would cross the river too. Then Lee would now have to cross the river again to get away from Grant. So he would cross the river again. And then Grant would come onto his side of the river. So now Lee had to cross the river again. And he kept crossing the river to get away from Grant. Kept crossing it. Well, unfortunately, all this back and forth across the river, his army was dwindling, and he had no supplies, nothing. So it was like, it's going crazy. He was going crazy. And also, Grant finally got in front of him. And Grant actually managed to block him and prevent him from going any farther west. The river had at this point gone to being a creek and then to a stream, and Grant finally blocked him. Well, Lee only had 8,000 men left, and they had no supplies, so he surrendered. He handed his army over to Grant, and that was effectively the end of the Civil War, in spite of Robert E. Lee's tremendous efforts to keep it going. He surrendered after all that river crossing, the Battle of Appomattox. Now, there's some great books about this. Never Call Retreat is wonderful on this subject. It's a page turner by Bruce Catton. It's like amazing. And the debate goes on forever. Who was the better general, Grant or Lee? Lee was a pretty good general. He won almost as many battles as Grant did, but he didn't win the last couple, and that was what was most important. He didn't win the last few battles. And people in the South have always said, but he was a better general. The South fought harder. They fought better. They were more talented. There just weren't as many Southerners. There weren't as many supplies, but they fought a better war than Grant and his Union army. They've always said this. And, if you read the accounts, it does seem like the South, really tried hard. They had the bit in their teeth. But I'll tell you something. A very astute military historian named John Keegan was once asked, who's the better general, Grant or Lee? His response was, stupid question. Grant, obviously. He won. Another great book about the Civil War is Confederates in the Attic. Yeah. Dispatches from the Unfinished Civil War. Now, Tony Harwitz went into the South not that long ago, and he discovered that Southerners have not accepted that they lost the Civil War. They won't accept this. They won't accept this. They won't accept it. They don't think they've lost it. And to this day, they're trying to get back all the things that they lost at the end of the Civil War. Dispatches from the Unfinished Civil War. It's like a sickness in this country. Not accepting defeat. They're so ambiguous about this whole thing. They won't accept defeat. Again, it's like, Lee was a better general, so we should have won, so we're going to act like we did win. No, you didn't. You didn't win. You lost. Dispatches from the Unfinished Civil War. There's also a Civil War musical, if you could believe it, Shenandoah. Oh my God, it's great. Nobody ever does it. It's never done by anybody. I don't know why. It's got the best music ever. And I think there are too many men in it. It's like a war musical, so it's all like men, but it's an incredible musical. Hey, if you go on YouTube and listen to any of the tracks, it's like, and it stars John Cullum. It's so amazing. And it's an anti-war musical because it was composed in the 70s. So it wasn't really about the Civil War. It was about Vietnam, right? Like the father, John Cullum, he's not really against the Civil War. He's against Vietnam. But, this is like anachronistic. But it's totally cool. It's a great, great show. When I got to college, they didn't do musicals. They didn't even do shows that I thought were entertaining. I never felt like we were entertaining the audience. It was weird, and
it kind of wore on me. I went to Berkeley, and it was very academic. It was very hoity-toity. All the plays were by these weird, forgotten Europeans like Franz Grillparzer and Michel de Gelderode, Belgium's greatest playwright, yay, and Beaumarchais. It was so weird, and I'd sit there bowing on closing night, and I always felt like I hadn't really entertained the audience because the play just was like so obscure. I had no other solution than to just do as much stuff as possible. I didn't feel like I was learning more about being an entertainer. I just felt like, well, I was getting stage time. So I would be in like 4 shows at once. And so my feeling when I was bowing wasn't elated like in Bye Bye Birdie, or kind of depressed like in high school because it was ending, or confused by the extensions. It was really like, well, okay, this is a matinee. I just finished the matinee, and tonight I have a rehearsal for another show. It was just quantity. I decided my motto would be always be opening. Let it always be opening night. World War II was the most horrific war of all time so far. It ushered in a whole new world order and a whole new way of thinking about war. It climaxed in Europe with the Russian assault on Berlin. Now, Stalin was a very clever man. He didn't think his armies were moving fast enough, and he wanted to nudge his armies into Berlin. He had 2 great commanders who led army groups. General Zhukov, head of the 1st Belarusian army group, and General Konev, head of the 1st Ukrainian army group. And he showed them a map of the territory leading to Berlin, and he drew a line down the center of the map. Now, he knew that both field marshals wanted to be the first field marshal to get into Berlin. He knew that. So he knew that they both would ask him, who gets it, who gets it, who gets it? He decided to turn it into a rivalrous game. It would be a game. He drew a line down the middle of the map, but the line, which separated the 2 army groups, stopped in the outskirts of Berlin. He said, okay, you can't cross the line. You can't cross the line as you're approaching Berlin. You cannot cross the line as you're approaching Berlin. You have to stay on your side of the line. But once you get to the end of the line, which was the outskirts of Berlin, then the city is open. So whoever could get there first would get the city. And in this way, Stalin realized, yes, that he was going to get his field marshals to race for Berlin. And that's exactly what they did. Zhukov was racing for Berlin, trying to outrun Konev, who was racing for Berlin. And both of them were racing, trying to get to Berlin. They didn't know that deep down the reason Stalin was doing this is because he thought the Americans would get there first, but Eisenhower wasn't going there. He decided not to go there, but still Stalin wanted a race. Zhukov was getting closer. Konev was getting closer. They're both going to pant for me. Pant. These are very tired field marshals. Pant. Good. That's good. They're racing for Berlin. Oh my God. Will they get there? And it was Zhukov. Who got to Berlin first. In May of 1945, Berlin fell. And that was the end of the war in Europe. The Nazis had been defeated. And it represented a triumph for the Allies. The Allies had triumphed in Europe. And they proclaimed victory. Victory Day in Europe. A big, huge V. Success. Now, the war in Japan ended somewhat differently. And the story of that war goes all the way back to a day in 1923 when a woman in Illinois took her son, Paul, to the circus. Now, Paul wanted to go on the main attraction of the circus, an airplane. So the mother paid $1 for little Paul to go on his first plane. He loved it. Up till then, he wanted to be a doctor, but now he wanted to be a pilot. He wanted to fly planes. He fell in love with flying because his mother put him on a plane at a circus for $1. And from then on, he knew he wanted to fly. And he became one of the most distinguished flyers in the United States Army Air Corps. He became the Army Air Corps' greatest bombardier. He bombed and bombed and bombed in Germany during the war. And when the war was over, his career flip-flopped and he was sent to Japan because the war against Japan wasn't over yet. and he was given the most important assignment of the war. And for that assignment, he was given a new aircraft, a B-29, and he named that aircraft after the woman who had inspired him to become a pilot, the woman who paid the dollar at that circus. He named the aircraft after his mother. He named the aircraft Enola Gay. And in August 1945, Paul flew the Enola Gay on the most important mission of the war, the delivery of the first A-bomb to Hiroshima. The bomb was dropped. Give me an explosion, a prolonged explosion. And rising above the city was an enormous mushroom cloud. It was the first atomic detonation, and it ended the war against Japan. There are some amazing books about this incredibly tragic, transformative period in our history. The Last Battle is all about the Battle for Berlin. It's an amazing book by Cornelius Ryan. It's like, again, a page turner. You can't believe it. And that's where the story of Zhukov, telling his field marshals, you're going to be in a race. Yes, that's where it comes from. And there is a great book about the Enola Gay, The Making of the Atomic Bomb by Richard Rhodes. There's some amazing movies came out of that end of the war. Some very moving pictures about people coming home. There's that great Norman Rockwell print, right, with the soldier arriving home and everybody throwing open their arms, and it looks like they're so happy to see him. He's alive. It's so romantic, yeah. But a famous movie I saw when I was in Long Beach, I went to Long Beach State for a semester. I didn't fit in. It wasn't for me. But I did discover this little revival house. I was 18 years old and I was in love with movies. And every Saturday I went to this little revival house and I saw double features of like Casablanca and Play It Again, Sam. I love this place. And one day I went to see a movie I'd heard a lot about. It was one of Hollywood's most famous movies. And it was called The Best Years of Our Lives. And I didn't connect with it. I thought it was just boring, right? This movie, it was about men coming home from World War II. Well, to prepare for this piece, I watched it again. I watched it through tears. I couldn't believe how moving this movie was. It was unbelievable that the end of something could bring out so much emotion. There are three soldiers, Harold Russell, Frederick March, and Dana Andrews, and they come home from the war, and their stories are like heartbreaking. Harold Russell plays a man who has lost both of his hands when his carrier sank, and the actor actually had lost both of his hands in the war. This is the only role he ever played. It is the most moving performance because he is always so positive. And when people are negative to him, it's like, why? This guy is so outgoing. Frederick March, is he like the greatest father of all time, struggling to figure out how to fit in, how to love his wife, his children, how to get back into things? And he has like half-hour drinking sequences. It's a very funny and incredibly moving performance, but the most moving is Dana Andrews. With this big, beautiful grin on his face. Has there ever been a more beautiful smile than on Dana Andrews? And 45 minutes in the movie, it starts getting hacked away at. Nobody respects him for what he's done in the war. He can't get a job. His wife is like not connected with him at all. She just wants to party. It's the most moving thing I've seen in so long. And the supporting players are great. They're just incredible. Myrna Loy as Frederick March's wife. She's like the most patient person of all time. The looks on her face, incredible. And Virginia Mayo, I mean, she's supposed to be like, like a nothing role. She's just supposed to be Dana Andrews' crazy wife who just wants to party and have fun. But there's something so desperate about what she's going through. Even she is going through an adjustment, and nobody seems to care because she's just like a party girl, but it's incredibly moving how desperate she is. I don't think there's ever been a movie more potent about what it means to come back from a war and not fit in and just be at a loss. It's an incredible movie. The Russians celebrated the war with parades, and they celebrated the war by becoming, yes, our big rivals. Who was going to run the world? Not Britain anymore, not France, certainly not Germany or Japan. They were done. It was going to be Russia and the United States. And then the races started. The space race, and the gaps, the missile gap, the bomber gap, the bomb gap. And then Stalin decided there was a skyscraper gap. Now, New York had like all these skyscrapers that were rising up. I mean, everywhere in the world was like skyscraper, 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 skyscraper. So Stalin wanted some skyscrapers. So he got his architects to build the Seven Sisters, they're called, to celebrate the great victory in World War II. They started rising in 1948. He was going to turn Moscow into New York City, and they are gorgeous buildings. They soar into the air. They're like old Gothic cathedrals, but they were built after the war. Magnificent. Great! And he created Stalin Gothic. That was the style of architecture. Now, here's the thing, though. His architects had to work with him, right? And he was a very difficult character. I mean, he was like a tyrant, too. He was not a fascist. And they learned some lessons, though. In the 30s, his architects built a hotel for him. And they took him some choices. He's Stalin. You don't want to say, this is what the hotel's going to look like. You want to say, oh, you can have this hotel or this hotel. Which do you like, Stalin? So they put the two choices on one piece of paper. And they showed him the choices. They said, the hotel can look like this. It can have this for its facade, or it can have this for its facade. Which do you like, Stalin? And Stalin was supposed to sign his name on the picture that he liked. Well, he signed his name so big that it went over both pictures, and then he left the room. And the architects were like, what are we going to do? This is crazy. I mean, and they couldn't go and say, Stalin, you made a mistake, because Stalin doesn't make mistakes. He'll make a mistake and kill you, right? So they're like, what are we going to do? So they actually built the hotel with both facades. You can go see it. It's still there. One facade is like this. Walk around to the back, and it looks like this. And it even is kind of leaning like this too, right? Because they built it in the winter when the ground was hard, and then the ground like got mushy in the spring. It sort of sank. And then they had to prop it back up again. It is so weird. But, they learned their lesson, and after the war, they built 7 glorious skyscrapers. They really are quite wonderful. And there was celebration. There was celebration after World War II. That's how the war really ended. This famous picture. Yeah, everybody knows that one, right? Times Square, the end of World War II. But now, you know what the pictures look like? Yeah, this is war homecoming now. Look at those guys! Gays in the military. I just love it. I just noticed right now that one is wearing a lei. Isn't that great? Go gays in the military. I celebrated too. I talk about shows closing and ending. Cast parties, I love them. In high school, we just went crazy. We were crazy. We didn't drink. I didn't take drugs. I was such a square, but I had so much energy. I was so excited, and I was so pumped by the show. And like I said, I was sad that it was ending, but I wanted it to go on forever, so I was going to have a wild party. And we just did stupid things, We had like a disco party once. We hated disco. We hated John Travolta. We thought all those people were weird, but we were like, let's make fun of them. So we got like a mirror ball and disco music, and we like pretended we did all these dumb moves. We thought we were so funny. And we would go over to people's houses who hadn't come to the party, and we crawled in their windows. They're asleep, and we're like, cast party, cast party. In like the middle of the night, they're in their like underwear. And we went up to Mount Tiburon. We did this all the time, and we sang musicals. In the middle of the night, like at midnight. But can you imagine if you bought like your $1 billion dream home and you have to listen to a bunch of weird kids going, bye, bye, birdie, the army's got you. Now it's like insanity, but we loved it. I tried to convince my friends that I did drink because I felt so square. So I got a bottle of bourbon from my parents' liquor cabinet, and I put it in the car that I drove, my dad's car, and I drove around for a week with this bottle of bourbon in there, and I thought somebody's going to find it and think I'm cool. Nobody even noticed. I even failed as a phony drinker. My father finally noticed. He was like, "Do you drink and drive?" I said, "No." "Do you drink?" I said, "No." He said, "Oh, okay." I could have been lying. He didn't believe for a second that I was drinking. He must have just thought I was trying to show off to my friends. It was so insulting. He should have been angry at me. I thought I'd get yelled at for being like an underage drinker. He was just like, "Oh, yeah, that kid would never drink." It's so insulting and weird. I did drink in graduate school after plays because they were all so fulfilling. I had such a great time in graduate school putting on shows. I felt so wonderful about the shows. So I allowed myself to go to the cast parties and drink. And it was like, I thought I was being like really clever. I was like, saying witty things. It was like, that was, okay, be drunk with me. Yeah, just, you all know what I'm talking about. Or you've seen people do it. Yeah, let's have a cast party, graduate school cast party. Yeah, it was like ridiculous. But by then, of course, I had my husband, Michael, and he always made sure that I got home okay. That made it all right. As long as somebody can scoop you up off the floor and get you home. The anti-communist wars from the latter half of the 20th century were all humiliations, embarrassments. Korea, we're still fighting the Korean War, still to this day. Vietnam, a disaster. The last battle in Vietnam was a disgrace. It wasn't even a battle, it was an embarrassing evacuation. Over an 18-hour period, 70 Marine Corps helicopters airlifted 1,000 American personnel and 6,000 Vietnamese out of the capital, out of Saigon. And now, the ladder gets to be a ladder to recreate that famous scene. Yeah, the American embassy with the helicopters and people desperately lining the ceiling, the roof, all the way up the ladder to the helicopter, reaching for the helicopter. Do a helicopter sound for me. Yeah, that's it. Reaching. Incredible. The Americans didn't evacuate all the people they said they would. They just left them there to the communists. Fortunately, the communists were a lot nicer than anybody expected them to be, for the most part. I've never liked Vietnam War movies. I always thought that they were hollow. Even when they were anti-American, which most of them are, I felt like they were trying to find grace in a disgraceful situation. I just never fell for them. I thought they were kind of annoying and gross. I did perform one play during the Vietnam War era. It was the first play I ever wrote and directed. It was my own version of Wind in the Willows. I just barely did it before the war ended. I was in second grade, and I decided I wanted to put on my own version of Wind in the Willows. I don't even know what, I just told the teacher I'm going to put, at 3 o'clock, I'm going to put on my own version of Wind in the Willows. And I rehearsed it, and I got all ready. It's like, what? It was so interesting. I wrote it, directed it, and started it, and played all the roles. Yeah. It was like a solo performance. My first. I didn't even know I was doing solo theater. Well, now wars end, and then they don't end. They just keep going. As revelations come out about lies, the lies that got us into wars. And we learn that aggression doesn't solve problems. It doesn't change the world. It's just aggression. And these wars we get into now, unbelievable. Iraq, Afghanistan, complete confusion. They trip us up. They make us feel inept, incapable. America always wins wars. It doesn't even win them anymore. It can't even end them. The confusion of these wars. The pandemonium of these wars. The topsy-turvy nation of these wars. Constant. And they don't end. They just keep revolving through the years on and on and on. And we now are overwhelmed by our wars. We don't even know why we went into them. And maybe that's why we don't know how to end them. And when they're over, we hear about the lies that brought us into them. The Iraq War, the weapons of mass destruction. Yeah. Did anybody really believe that the Iraqis could launch weapons of mass destruction in 45 minutes? Did anybody really believe that? No. People in the government wanted to believe it, so they said, yeah, it's going to happen, and it was based on a lie. Britain was our ally in that war. They're our allies now, right? Used to fight against us, now they always fight with us. And they underwent the same lies. The result? The lies were exposed in Britain. There were no weapons of mass destruction, but somebody had to take the fall, so they found a researcher, a man named David Kelly. He'd been the researcher. So when they were asking who started this lie about weapons of mass destruction, they said it was David Kelly, this researcher. And a member of government said, oh, yeah, I met with him, and he told me that they have weapons of mass destruction. That's why he went to war. He's the one. He had to take the fall. And David Kelly said, I didn't say that. I met with this guy in a hotel over tea. I might have said they might have weapons of mass destruction. I didn't say. He became the fall guy. And suddenly, the government, the BBC, all these people who'd gone to war based on this information said that it come from him. He said, I didn't say that. And he was hounded, persecuted. The result? He walked out in the woods, slit his wrists, and swallowed painkillers and died. Afterwards, the government, the courts, said that the BBC had framed him, that they'd wanted to believe that a war was coming, a weapons of mass destruction war. They'd created the information, and they blamed David Kelly and drove him to suicide. That's what the British courts determined. I decided finally that I had to stop second-guessing plays and plays closing. And the 10 years before COVID, I just loved the experience of being on stage. And when the play was over, I would bow and just enjoy the success. I'd done it. I felt so proud of myself. I felt proud of the cast. I felt proud of the audience. I felt proud of everybody. I was just going to enjoy it. And think about the next show. Get ready for the next show. And have a party, right? Go out and celebrate. And I stopped trying to second guess myself on everything and just enjoyed it. Enjoyed the experience of being on stage. And then a play closed in a way I never would have predicted. Just as unpredictably as all these wars ended, a show actually closed because of a pandemic. We were in the middle of a run. It had been extended, right? Another extension. We gave one performance of the extension and then shelter in place and the theaters were shut. I never thought that could happen, ever. So what did I do? My play had stopped. It was a hit and it was over. So what did I do? I came home and I decided we had to do plays on Zoom. And I decided I'd do solo plays. ESP, the Essential Services Project. And I would keep doing those solo plays until the pandemic was over. But how could I define the pandemic being over? About 20 weeks into doing my solo plays, I thought, my God, how are you going to do this? And then I just stopped thinking about it and just enjoyed the experience, the work. Yeah, every week a new show. And then in the late 40s, like around play number 48, I decided there had to be an end. I decided to be when I was fully vaccinated. For me, that would be the end of the pandemic. And that's when the Essential Services Project would wind down. So I'd had to have both my shots, and the shots had to cook, and I had to be vaccinated, fully vaccinated. So here I am, ending another experience in the theater. This is the final Essential Services Project in this incarnation. I'll be back, but it won't be until July. For right now, this iteration, this run, ends tonight. Which is why I talked about the ends of wars and the ends of plays. Yeah, and a play is not a war. It's not. But when you're in the thick of it, it consumes your life. And there's fear and elation and victory and defeat. So for somebody who's always been fascinated by history, it seemed like a good analogy. I have a lot of people to thank who've made all this possible. There have been 62 productions from the first week of Shelter in Place when I performed A Tourist in Hawaii all the way up to tonight, War's End. My husband Michael, who's right here in this apartment, who's so patient with me, so helpful all the time. My COVID-19 bud. He's pretty much the only person I've spent any physical time with, in the same room time with this whole time. To Joe, who's been involved in every single one of these projects, running them, right? Making them happen, keeping them going, talking to the audience, right? When the audience had a question, explaining why the hell I hadn't started on time. Joe's a saint. He really is what makes Theater Rhinoceros happen. And there have been people who've watched so many of these shows. My mother, Cecil, Henry, Bill, Aaron. I'm going to forget people. I just am. And there have been people who write for the papers, online posts, who've been incredibly helpful. Barry and Pat and Jim and Bar and Sister Dana and Lily at the Chronicle, always lending their support. And a lot of people just giving me encouragement along the way, saying, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's interesting. I wish I could remember everybody right now. And names are going to come to me. They're going to suddenly hit me the second I'm done with this. They're just going to suddenly hit me. I'm going to be like, oh my God, why did I mention that? Why did I mention that? Why did I mention that? My Aunt Emmy, who I talk to every week. And I guess the reason I did it was I wanted to be creative during COVID. I wanted to tell stories. I didn't want the storytelling to end. I was so used to telling stories. I wanted to just keep going, keep telling them. Because I think that's what theater is all about. That's what Theater Rhinoceros is all about. It's about telling stories. I remember, I don't know how many shows I've done, but Joe said to me, he said something that made me think, oh, the stories really should be all gay. I shouldn't just tell non-gay stories. And from that moment forward, everything had to be gay. I mean, at least there had to be a reference to something. But also just people saying things like, I love the ladder, or I love the avocado as a grenade. So it's been a joyous ride. I'm not sure how I'm going to do in the coming weeks. There's always a horrible postpartum depression when you close a play. Like, what are you going to do? But I've realized that it more has to do with the body, the way your body moves through the week. So next week, my body won't move the same. I've got a lot to do, other stuff. And things are opening up, and I have to, like, get a haircut, right? And get back into swimming and stuff now that gyms are opening. I've got a lot to do. There's theater stuff, of course. But I know it's going to get me in the body. It's going to change. And I know, like high school, I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss it so much. And I know, like Frederick March and Dana Andrews, I'm going to feel like I don't really fit in. Like I'm sort of like an extra person all of a sudden. So thank you so much for turning out for my shows, for being here, for going on my journeys, for going off on all these wars and all these gay things and all these adventures, all these travels into my high school and my family and my husband, my wonderful husband in the next room. I think COVID is a disaster. It's horrible. I've never lived through anything like this, but it really has made me rethink myself as an artist and what art is. And for that, I will always be grateful. So thank you so much for joining me this evening for War's End. Stay tuned. As I said, I'll be back sometime in July with the Essential Services Project, but that's it for now. And if you'd like to make a donation to Theater Rhinoceros, we certainly appreciate your support. You have kept us going through COVID-19, putting on show after show after show, and we really appreciate it. Without you, Theater Rhinoceros would not exist. You can mail a check to me, John Fisher, Theater Rhinoceros, 91 Central Avenue, number 102, San Francisco, California, 94117, or you can go online to therhino.org, therhino.org, and make a donation through PayPal. But more than anything, thank you for being here tonight. We have a bunch of stuff coming up. And we have our ongoing reading series on first Tuesdays that the wonderful Joe Talley curates. We have our show Pillow Talk opening in just a few weeks on June 11th, a wonderful new play about Oakland by the great Kevin Legrone, directed by Tanika Baptiste. So check that out. It's going to run for just 2 weeks only, 5 shows, so you want to see that. And tomorrow night, we start our special engagement of Gay As They Say with Mark Nadler. So check that out too. We'd love it if you made a donation to these projects. But more than anything, we just want you to be there. So go online, take a look. I'm sure there's a price you can afford. There's even a surprise. Just look at the ticket buying page because we just want you to be there. I think Gay As They Say is good. I think you're going to love it. I've been watching it online. It's a really, really wonderful project. And it was created just for us. Mark Nadler, New York cabaret headliner with a list of credits and awards as long as my arm. And he came up with this wonderful piece about the queerness of composers like Cole Porter and Noel Coward and Lawrence Hart. It's a magical piece. So I will see you somewhere down the line. You can watch my old shows all online. They're all still there, available free to the public. There's 62 of them. And I will miss you, and I'll see you again before you know it. Good night.